Hey, good day, good day, good day, good day. What's up? We're alive. We're here. It's Penguin. Let's just start up the chat. Mm, hey. Just looking through here and we should be good. All right. Um so I have been doing this item rework stuff. Um let's see. Okay. I think that's the I'm just gonna fix the exploding fish. Let's see here. What, like, hey, hello, IBXR. Melee weapon. That's a dropped item. Drink, which would be a consumable, I guess. Blowtorch is technically a flamethrower. Can you see chat? No. No, I can't. Fist. It's technically just a melee weapon, but it is a variant of the melee weapon. But I guess we could just change that to not look for the type, but look. Oh, hell yeah. I can finally do it, guys. This is huge. Claymore is proximity. And this should stick to surface and align with normal. Yeah, I think we should probably try to work on the pizza job once I've gone over the items here just to see covered my bases here. Yeah, because that would be a throwable, which like spend money on throw, you know, that's a throwable. Also throwable, yeah. Corn on the cob. Gun. Dropped item, good. That's also just a flamethrower with an effect. I guess drone is like an RC. That my username is not First Penguin Lord. That is some other guy. Dynamite is a throwable item as well with a fuse. Ranged electricity. I mean, that's technically like a flamethrower in a sense. I mean, it's like a beam weapon, I guess. Energy sword is technically a melee weapon. Throwable. Exploding fish is a dropped item. Let's do this. Let's do this. Notepad. So air cannon is a slingshot. Guns. Slingshot. Because then we can have like a charged weapon, because that's technically what it is. So slingshot is no different than a gun. So slingshot. Um, just writing down what we should combine here. Gun, right, dropped item. Consumable, which would be drink. And then, because then, I mean, technically a med kit is a consumable. First aid kit is a consumable. So, bear trap. Oops. Dropped item. Bear trap. Ranged and or like beam. It's not like, I mean, is it a gun? It's not really a gun. I mean, it is shooting out a constant beam of, wait, I'm just gonna see. Beam emitter, I guess. 3 likes? Yeah, I'm famous. I guess fists and melees, I'm okay with keeping that separation. That is probably okay. I mean, there will be some copy paste between the two, but they are sort of inherently different. Dropped item. Chainsaw is... I guess chainsaw is a beam emitter in a way. It's emitting an invisible beam. Gold bar. Drink. Dragon's Gauntlet is a beam emitter. Drone. See, that's the thing with drones, is if we add a vehicle, like a car, remote controlled car. We should change drone to remote controlled. Remote controlled vehicle. I mean that, but the thing is, it's technically a dropped item, but I think that there is an implied persistence with remote controlled vehicles. So I think we have to maintain that. I think also I forgot to turn on music. Oh, sorry. Turned down the wrong one. Remote control vehicle, drone. Dynamite is definitely an example of throwable. Ranged electricity weapon. Yeah, exactly. That's a... so absurdly specific. So beam emitter. Exploding fish. Did I write that down? Exploding fish. Gun, nice. Fire extinguisher is also a ranged beam emitter. Fire extinguisher. Firecracker is throwable. Firework is wearable, but it's not a wearable item. Worn item. Worn item. But would you call it an... I mean, it is worn item, yeah. Firework. Jetpack. First aid kit is a consumable. Flamethrower. Did I write that one down? Flamethrower. Flamethrower. Dummy item does not do anything. So... it's not a gun. I guess dummy item is just like, it's nothing, you know? It doesn't have any use, anything. Which I guess is fair. Held flight item. Yeah, that's the thing though. Like a dummy item and a held flight item is not very different from each other. So technically, I guess a held item, which would be flashlight, flipper, or what's it called? Held flight item. Fly swatter is melee. Freeze ray is a beam emitter. Gold bar. Gravity disruptor is a throwable. Grenade is dynamite. Hacking pad is also a held item. I'm not adding items. I'm basically when I started working on this game, that was about 5 years ago. I was in this sort of object-oriented mindset where I was like, I have a base item class, right? So I have like this base item class, and then what represents, like, items are all these items you use in the game. So like you have an inventory of items, and every item corresponds to like an item or a weapon or a melee weapon or whatever. So that makes sense, right? So from item, you could inherit like a gun, right? You have guns, and guns behave differently from like melee items. So like melee would be a inherent from item, and then you'd have also like maybe you had a consumable, so like a drink, for example, would inherit from item, because a drink is not a weapon, but you drink it and it gives you like health. But then you know, you start becoming stupid, because when you think about like objects, like object-oriented, it sort of drives you to a level of granularity in your classes that is not needed. So you end up doing too much separation. And especially like if you're not used to object-oriented, or sometimes if you're like all about object-oriented, you end up making those mistakes, because then you're like, okay, so you have guns, melees, and drinks. Well, then let's add a first aid kit. First aid kit, I mean, technically they do have a lot in common with the drink, because in terms of like, what does the item do? You hold it in your hand and you click, and then it heals you. It doesn't like fire projectiles, it doesn't hurt anyone else, it just heals you. But do I rewrite the drink class to encompass the behavior of a first aid kit and call it like a consumable, or do I just keep the drink class and then add a new inheriting from item, which is first aid, right? Because it behaves a bit different, because there's like, you know, there's like a timer. You don't drink it instantly, and it doesn't like drop on the floor when you consume it, because it like heals you. Maybe it like plays an animation that's different from like the typical drink. But then guns, okay, well, I want to add a slingshot now. Let's say I want to add slingshot. A slingshot does fire projectiles, very similar to a gun, but it does have like this charge up thing. So do I change the gun class to encompass the behavior of slingshots, or do I inherit from gun and say this slingshot should inherit from gun but override the behavior of its parent class? Okay, but then I have like a slingshot, and then I want to add this new item that is like a slingshot that, I don't know, fires a freaking blast after you fire it. So then there's like ray slingshot, and you know, you keep making these like weird inheritance trees, and it just becomes a mess. And you end up essentially overriding, duplicating, and doing all this bullshit, spreading all your work across so many classes, and it doesn't, you know, it doesn't come back to bite you in the ass until a long while later. And that's, you know, I've been dealing with this for a long time now, so I'm trying to find like what are logical groupings for this. Hello, Choco Cream. Welcome back. So like, what are logical groupings for the classes? So like, I have gun, consumable, And under consumable, I think drink, first aid kit fall under. Dropped item is like bear trap, exploding fish. Held items are like items you hold on to that you use somehow. So like consumables have like single use. So like a drink, you click the drink and it drinks one drink. You click the first aid kit, it consumes one first aid kit. Consumable, logical. Held items are items that you hold in your hand that don't attack anyone. So it enforces no attack, but they may or may not require like the use of energy or something, right? So like a flashlight may have batteries. So as you're using the flashlight, it's slowly draining the batteries, which is not like a strict item usage. A flight item, so like I have this flipper copter, like a helicopter you hold on to. A hacking pad, which is an item you hold on to and then it like hacks nearby security systems. So I'm just trying to group down, cut away the fat, and you see like all this. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 classes under one and the same category, which is beam emitter. Because a blowtorch, what does it do? It emits fire in the form of a beam. What does a chainsaw do? Well, I'm essentially raycasting to see who the chainsaw is hitting. So that's emitting a beam. Dragon's Gauntlet, it emits fires, but it also pushes you back. So it's like a blowtorch with a lot of pushback. I don't even know why I didn't just make the blowtorch or Dragon's Gauntlet. Like it's so stupid. You know, you lose brain cells when you're working in this object-oriented space because you keep inheriting because you think you're creating structure by having these endless inheritance trees, but really you're just doing the complete exact opposite. Like, for example, here, I have this homing launcher, right? So the homing launcher shoots out a projectile, which then after a while locks on to a target. I could have inherited from gun, the gun class, and made a homing launcher class that specifically fires homing bullets, but instead I just have a gun class that fires homing bullets. Like, I just change which bullet it fires, and then that made the homing launcher. And that's just so much more logical than doing all this stupid inheritance stuff. It's like, pretend you're gonna have 10 different types of cars in your game. Do you make a separate class for every car, or do you make a parent car class and change the variables of the car? Obviously, you make a single car class and change the variables of the car. But then the waters start becoming muddied when, let's say you want to have a car and then you also want to have like boats. Do you just make a single unified vehicle class and then change parameters to say whether or not it's like water or road based? I don't know. Some would say you should. Okay, hook shot is a tricky one. Hook shot is a tricky one. I don't think the hook shot has... Okay, it inherits from gun. I think we should combine the hook shot features with the gun. Because I could imagine it's literally a single variable flip saying whether or not it should like attach you to the bullet. Like, are we... You also like the problem... I think the thing that inheritance makes inheritance so alluring is because you're not bloating your classes with, you know, hundreds of thousands of line and creating this super class that does like everything. But that's why you have to be a bit more smart about it, I guess. I don't know. There are other ways to solve things. Horse on a stick is a held item. Because here, I mean, you could say like horse on a stick, held flight item. You would define sort of like a on use, essentially. On use method, which could be defined as an enum in a way. But I don't know how you would define, let's say like you have Yeah, maybe you should use a scriptable object for that. I don't know. Hot pepper is beam emitter, but from the mouth, right? It's a consumable, really. Hot pepper is a consumable. It just triggers a specific... It's not a beam emitter, it's a consumable. It just changes your behavior for a while. Revolver should not be a freaking separate class. That's a gun. That's absolutely insane. It's literally just a gun with massive amounts of knockback applied to the body. Yeah, this is going to be a good document. Inflatable walrus is obviously a dropped item. I don't know if you can drop in text. I think I wrote down jetpack, didn't I? Yeah. Melee shuriken is a throw. Lantern is dummy, right? Laser blaster is technically a gun, just with a charge up. Designator. Now that's, I would say, a gun. But it's a bit tricky to formalize exactly how a designator is a gun. It's like spawn on hit or whatever. But I mean, technically, I mean, it has a charge up and then, yeah. Laser pointer is obviously a ray beam emitter. Laser pointer. Laxatives is very much a consumable. Syringe is a beam emitter. Lockpick is a held item. Lockpick. Maki roll is consumable, which makes no sense that I would have like, oh yeah, Maki roll and chili are separate. But I don't even think they are. Megaphone is a beam emitter. Fist. Minigun, yeah, also weird. Mjolnir should be a melee item. Do I not have like? Okay. Molotov is throwable. Nero Stunner is throwable. Nice. Melee weapon. Melee. Photographer's camera is a droppable. Gun is a gun. Gravity Disruptor is a dropped item. No, it's throwable. Okay, all written down. Radio is a dropped item. Rocket Fist is a held item. I mean, it shoots out a projectile, but it shoots itself. Although it does spawn essentially a... I would say it's more like a gun. Bongo juice. is consumable. Shield of the Ox is a melee. Oh, held item. Snowball is a throwable. Smoke bomb is a consumable. Strapped explosive is also technically a consumable. The robo. Yeah, I feel like these groupings are quite logical. Taser is a beam emitter. Teleportation gun is a gun. Nice. The One Ring is also... That's a held item. Code is a consumable. Toaster is a gun. Umbrella is a hold item. Wings of Death is a worn item. But then we need to check the post office also. Post office items. Items. Post office. Wings of Death, gun, gun, dynamite. Gun, gun, gun. Robo, melee, jetpack. Chainsaw, gun. Zapper is a worn item. Wait just a second. Hmm. why these penguins are fighting, because they're angry. It's banana, true. Make game like Dark Souls. Game development, yeah, so true. I'm just looking up a thing here. Okay. I just wrote down this stuff here. Class groupings. I'm gonna come back to this later. I don't know if you can actually add. No, you can't add. Miro add text file. Oh, okay, sweet. You can actually embed documents? That's kind of based. But can I, there's no way to, I mean, because it is a document. Yeah, that's based. There we go. Sweet. Now you can zoom in real good. Okay. So someone said the Uchiwa, whatever it's called. Penguin Uchiwa. It's the air bullet. Hits your own penguin. But that's... All right. Yeah. Okay. File, build profiles. Penguin swings to the right. Okay. Items. Right. Penguin Uchiwa. I think that might be an item. No, was it changed? I am good today. Yeah, it's your own penguin. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think that's... Yeah. Components collider. Attachment colliders. It fires an air bullet. Impact bullet. Ignore. I mean, there's only one spawn bullet, isn't there? Let's see, air bullet. or impact. Yeah, air bullet. Let's see here. Yeah, because there's a sphere collider. And then a sphere collider. Wait, why does the... Okay, yeah, that's kind of weird. I should probably look into that. Prefab. Bullet colliders. Right, so child colliders are the hands. Penguin. Penguin. Penguin fires the gun. So for every bullet collider, but is it like also ignore? I wonder if ignore collision also ignores trigger. On trigger enter stay exit when that will still fire if one of the colliders is marked as a trigger. It does not prevent on trigger events if one of the colliders is a trigger. Right. That's the thing. That's the thing. So really what we should do is we should add to the bullet owner, right? Because then, I mean, if we set the bullet owner, we could just go in here if bullet triggered and say here bullet triggered if get bullet owner and bullet owner equals other dot transform dot root dot get component and that would be here, and we return. You don't hit yourself with your own bullets. But then also, I mean, we could just stay for the... Wait, like what's the delayed trigger or something? Impact bullet? Impact bullet is just a bullet with no damage. I should combine those two. Well, we could just do this. Hey yo, we got the flying cars. Oof. Why not have any game audio? Seems like no. Strange.
Soupzilla said Twitch X Duolingo since when? Why is the green bird telling Beamy to gift a sub? How strange, strange.
Yeah, guys,
Yes.
please gift a membership so you can get Duolingo. And welcome, Soup. It seems like some of these dudes kind of spawn weird. Like, this is a new thing here for them to spawn and sort of just hang out in the air. You spawn weird. Evil, rude. I think it's like they spawn incapacitator or something. Probably this. Or is Ragdoll? There we go. Now they don't do the friggin' shit. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Wait. Okay, look at this. Look at this. Wow. Gah. Dude, this one is like insanely OP. Yeah. Brah. He just get whooshed away. Oof. Absolute unstoppable force. I don't know why there's no audio coming from the game. Oh, okay, there is a little bit of audio. It's just very quiet. How about now? Is it system that's sending out the audio? Yes, it is. I probably lowered it because of Minecraft or something. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Chat, 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 chat. Hey, he slipped. Get wrecked, dude. Hey, eat this. Wait, what the fuck? Well, it disappeared. Is it the last one just disappears? That's kind of awkward. Birderball watching. Damn, Birderball. Stalker. But like C4 used to stick. You see there, it just deletes itself when you drop it. Stick to surface. Let's see. Because here's the thing. So uses goes down. If uses equals 0 and is less than or equals to 0 and not is remote triggered or uses and not remote triggered or remote triggered and is activated. I think is activated gets well, this is the thing. So if you drop the item, it's the dropped item. I don't know. I mean, like, do we hack it like that? That could work. Let's see, C4. It does not have stick to surface. It should have stick to surface. I don't know if it's gonna spawn in though.
This is Fernando Miguel. He is really good at dancing.
Oh, thank you.
V5 has learned to dance.
Thank you, V5 for the follow. Me appreciate. I think uses has to. Wait, if a remote triggered, then it should just stop. Remote triggered, right, okay. Yeah. So we need to check for uses here. A little tricky, little tricky. If not status dropped, uses minus, if uses is 0. I think that's the thing. Uses should go down when you explode. Or rather here, uses should go down here, but then we explode and then we say, hey, if you have no more. Okay. Okay, let's try this out. Gadow. Skadoosh. 3 and bam. Bam. And then this one should now allow us to drop. And okay, yeah, it's not letting us do this. If uses is equals to 0 and not remote triggered. Because we can still use an item when we have 0 items. Skadoosh. And it works. Sweet. Awesome. Okay, great. Look, this is called a prank. The banana peel prank. Yeah, you fell for it. And this is called the C4 prank. Let me show you guys. This is called the C4 prank. We put the C4 on the peen oil and then we skadoosh. You fell for it. Hey Copper, what do you think about C4? Ah! I mean, hey Copper, what do you think about C4? Ah, skadoosh. That's a classic prank. They used to do those pranks all the time back in my private and high school days. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Okay. Let's synchronize this. Wait, what the fuck? Cop! No! There's police violence! Police brutality! Get out! Scary. Okay. Sweet. Sweet. Let's try to tinker with this new job thing. Well, maybe we shouldn't prioritize jobs. Maybe we should prioritize the real estate UI and actually try to get the rent system on track. I think that's more relevant. Okay. Skills button. Okay, let's see here. Another day, still no patch. Yeah, I'm just gonna implement. I think the last thing I want to implement before the patch is like a proper real estate UI. I don't know, when I press Shift H, it doesn't hide the water. That's kind of weird, not gonna lie. Anyway. I wanted to look at the... I guess it's not in there. It's in the store canvas, isn't it? Yeah. So, we have the career UI and the skills UI. I think we can copy the careers and we call it... Because I guess, really, okay, so if we're thinking about what Penguin Springs is all about, I had this idea, which is you have... I think I wrote it down. Basically, what I want for the game, we can just bring these down. Here's the thing. What Penguin Springs sort of relies on as like its existence hinges on one thing, right? It hinges on the idea that you have a drive to want to engage with the systems in the game. Now, you could say that anything goes, here's the simulation, walk around, just exist in the world, that's it, that's all you do. But any good game designer will tell you that the player needs some sort of external goal in order to want to engage with the systems. So you look at a game like Animal Crossing, for example. What happens in every single Animal Crossing game is you start off with a massive debt that you need to pay off. You get a house in the town or whatever, but then it's like you have to pay off this debt. And so what does the player want to do? Well, they want to start earning money, earning bells to pay off the debt. And that's like their long-term goal, is to want to earn money. But then there are a bunch of other systems surrounding that, completely unrelated to the part of earning money. And even more so, there are actually many things that are counter to the goal of paying off your debt. Like, you'll be spending money to buy furnitures or stuff for your island, even though that's not bringing you any closer to paying off your debt, right? But at the end of the day, you still have this long-term goal. So like until you've paid off your debt, you're not finished with the game. And if you look at a game like Minecraft, it was always about like farming, getting like killing animals, growing wheat and crops, mining, getting better gear, getting the diamond armor set or whatever. But that's only as fun as it is up to a point, right? Minecraft didn't start shining until they actually added an ending to the game. I feel like having that end dragon stuff was like the big moment for them, where it was like, okay, Minecraft is a game now. But again, Minecraft is more like playing Legos. It's so open-ended. But that's why I'm thinking, like, in this game, Penguin Springs, what do you earn from playing? Well, you earn money, right? So why should you earn money? Well, there are multiple reasons. So the first thing I was thinking of is you need like urgent reasons to want to earn money, because if there's no time pressure for you to need to earn money, then money seems kind of pointless, right? Because if you just earn money and you just get to keep it forever indefinitely, and there's no like ticking clock in the background, then there's no drive. So I came up with the concept of rent and food. And these are just like starting off problems. These are not permanent problems that are gonna, be something you're gonna have to think about throughout your entire gameplay. It's just gonna be to kick you off and give you a sense of urgency right off the bat. Like, oh shit, I need to get a job quickly so I can pay my rent. Oh shit, I need to get a job so I can go buy food. But quite quickly you realize that, you don't have to work too much to pay off that rent. You don't have to or work too much to buy enough food to stay alive, So you solve those problems, and it's just like in The Sims, how long time does it really take to get a job for your sim? It takes no time at all. So these two are really just relevant to the start, not to the, end game gameplay. And same with rent. Imagine you buy a house in the game. Well, all of a sudden rent is completely irrelevant because now you own the damn house. And food is irrelevant because, if you can buy a freaking house, well, of course you can buy your own damn food, So then I was like, well, you have all this extracurricular stuff. So like self-fulfilling things, like buying a car, buying items for yourself, buying weapons, clothes, participating in world activities like gambling and sledding and stuff. And that's all fine and dandy. But again, once that bores you, what is the point, right? You can only buy so many clothes until you're like, well, I want more stuff to do. I want like something to aim for, something like off in the distance. So then I was like, well, career extending stuff is quite fun. So like you can buy licenses and you can buy like specific vehicles to extend your career and make it more exciting. But again, every career has an end. So what trumps all of this? Well, I was thinking about the gameplay in Sims 2. So Sims 2 added this expansion, I think, or maybe it was Sims 3, I forget, but whichever Sims it was, it's irrelevant. It was called like Ambitions, and they added this concept of like life goals. So that's like really long-term goals for your sim, where sort of it's not just about getting a job, getting a house, getting a kid. You have like this long-term goal, like get so and so many friends, become the mayor, own so and so many cars or whatever. You have like these long-term big goals that are almost like achievement framed. And it's like they can be anything. They can be quite irrelevant, but as long as you have this life goal, I think that's like an exciting carrot that is gonna like set the direction of your entire like penguin's life from the start. It reinforces the whole like RP aspect. And it's like, as you're sitting down and making your character, you can already start like getting into their mindset of like, who are they? So I feel like it's such a small thing, but it has immense power, I think. Especially like you give it its own like menu, or like what are your desires. It makes it feel like you're actually in this like life simulator. You're not just in every like open world sandbox slop game. There's a bit more level to it. I think it just shows the intent of the game too. Like, hey, you're not just here to exist, you're here to exist with a goal. And I think that's also reflective of the fact that your penguin moves to Penguin Springs. Well, why do you move to Springs? It's to get a better life. And what does a better life represent to you? Well, it depends on what you set your life goal as. So if you want to start off if you want your life goal to be a drug kingpin, you know, that's what you can do. And same thing if you want to be a freaking real estate mogul or something. Buy every house type on the island or whatever. If they have a lot of money they don't have a use for, just donate it to penguins in need in exchange for positive karma points. Yeah, and that could also be like become a saint or whatever. And how do you become a saint? Well, you do like enough good deeds or something. So like you can have all these weird, crazy life goals, and then I can just build systems that enforce ways that you can achieve those life goals. And I think it's going to become really immersive doing it that way instead of just doing it run-of-the-mill like, here's an open world with a bunch of careers, do what you want. Because I don't have fun in those types of games. I want, you know, if you're creative enough, sure, you can come up with your own goals, right? But we have to also assume the fact that players playing this game have not played this game before and do not know what you can actually do in the game. So just presenting them with a life goal shows that, hey, this is a path you can take. And I think that's the biggest part of it, because it almost acts like the tutorial. It allows you to dip your toe into the potential of the game right from the start of creating your character. So I think this life goal thing, 100% relevant. Hello, Jack. What's up? That's the approach I think I'm gonna take, and I think that's gonna be like the game changer in my mind for this game. I don't know. Do you guys see the vision? Is it making sense? Do you think it's a good fit for what you guys have, like, you know, because everyone, you know, has an image of what the game's gonna end up as, right? Some headcanon. Does it make sense? Because it is sort of like, you know, I think in order of importance, you might put career extending above the self-fulfilling, because people, I think the drive to want to get to the highest level in a career is sort of innate. Well, if there's a possibility to come up with my own goals, I would do that. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Life goals would not be like a mandatory thing. You can go in there as like you know, free thinker or whatever, where it's like no life goal. But you can go into the game with a life goal as well. So there, you know, it would be an option. And of course, some people are going to want to prefer to play without life goals. But I think as a way to inspire people to play the game and explore all the systems, life goals is is the way to go, I think. But that's also why I think about like careers, because I want people to feel like there is depth to the game, because there is depth to the game and there will be depth to the game, but I just need it to present itself. Because if you boot up a game and you know, there are cases where you boot up a game and it doesn't let on from the get-go what sort of heights it's reaching for. And I want this game to sort of show its cards from the start. What's your game about? It's basically a penguin life simulator. So I would describe it as GTA roleplay, but more, I mean, it's still multiplayer, but it is more single player focused. Where you can, you know, you arrive in Penguin Springs, a city of penguins, and you have a rental contract, and that's it, right? And so you have to figure out, how do you make money for next month's rent? Do you start picking cans on the street? Do you get a job as a taxi driver? Or do you turn to a life of crime and start robbing stores and selling illegal substances? Can you give an intro of yourself, as you just came on my recommended page? I'm the game developer of Steam hit game Penguin Heist, which is a multiplayer penguin-based heist game. I've been working on this game for 5 years now. And yeah, I'm a full-time indie game developer. Out in Steam Early Access. And I do streaming every day of the week, except for weekends, of course. And I stream basically about my game development. I just work and game dev. Does Penguin Ice bring enough money for you to live off it? Yeah, it does. It does. Trying to see. I don't know. I think. I think I have a house icon. I'll just change that one. Yeah, that one. Does Penguin World bring enough money to buy a luxury car? Yeah, 10 luxury cars. Do you make your own assets? I do make my own assets generally, yeah. When it comes to drawn assets, I don't do that many, but my coworker, my one and only coworker, that fish, he does drawn drawn assets, but 3D modeling, I feel like I'm quite competent in. I wouldn't describe myself as competent in that sense, but if there's a model I want to make, I can make it, basically. I'm not so good with like organic models. So like, you know, I wouldn't be able to make it a realistic human, but that's also part of why I don't make humans. How many monitors are the optimum for game development? I only use one monitor. Any more is absolutely pointless. You heard it here first, guys. Honestly, love the music. Hey, appreciate it. What about math? Do you need linear algebra and stuff, or just basic vectors? I mean, depending on if you're working physics problems, probably you would want to know a bit of linear algebra, but 99% of the times you probably don't. Vectors, 100%. You know, you want to know your vectors inside and out. You don't need to know quaternions, but it helps being aware of what they are. But generally, you're working in Euler angles and then letting the game engine transfer to quaternions. It's good to be aware of like dot products, sine, cosine, tangent. Be aware of like what normals are. What else? Cross multiplication of vectors. Of course, like, yeah, square distance, magnitude, stuff like that. I think, yeah, addition and subtraction of vectors, of course, you know, basic stuff like that. And I think that's especially relevant in 3D. Mostly 3D. In 2D, you'll be working, of course, you know, with 2D vectors and you know, simple 2D rotations. I'm new to programming in like game development. What sites, resource do you? I don't really use tutorials and stuff. I haven't really done that, so I could not answer what sites are good. I'm mostly just self-taught. I haven't really touched any tutorials. If there's something I'm struggling with, I'll just look up how to do that specific thing. But it's not like, oh, how do I make Pac-Man? It's more like, how do I import, you know, a sound file or whatever, you know? It's more specific like that. And I would argue that's, at least from my experience, that is a good way to approach things. Try to find the specifics of the problem you're solving for, and don't try to... Because generally, I mean, what the problem ends up being, you know, people talk about this thing called tutorial hell. I disagree on the premise of the tutorial hell in the sense that, like, that you get stuck in tutorials, but essentially just watching too many tutorials is just not good for you. Because you're not learning anything. It's tutorial hell because you think you're learning things, but actually you're not. That's why it's tutorial hell. Because the tutorial is just hand-holding you through a process. It's not actually teaching you anything. Would you work for some big companies like Valve if they invited you? I would prefer, as long as possible, as long as I can sustain, to work independently. I have no interest in working for someone who isn't myself. And that is because I just value independence. For me, game development is like a creative process. And the moment you start working for someone else, you're handing over the creative process to them. The only creative art of working for someone else is problem solving. But you're no longer creating. How often do you do these live streams again? Monday through Friday, as long as I'm working, essentially. Sometimes I'll quit early and work off stream, but generally I try to do most of the bulk of my work on stream. So it's quite unfiltered. But yeah, you asked me how is the learning curve? I would say it's quite steep, especially jumping into a game engine, extremely steep. I work at home, yeah. I have a home office. An extremely steep learning curve. Working, if you jump headfirst into a game engine, is very steep because you're not just learning programming, because people think like, oh, all the game development is programming, like, you know, C#, you can make a game. Like, that's not true. I would say if you're gonna get into game development, do not jump headfirst into a game engine. I made that mistake, and I sort of bang my head against the wall for a long time trying to wrap my head around working in a game engine. And it's just not worth it, because you're not working with fundamentals when you're working within a game engine. You're working with these tools made by people who know the fundamentals. I would say, at minimum, before you start working in a game engine, is make a small game engine of your own. That's what I would say. Make a small game engine. I'm not saying make Minecraft, you know, from scratch in C++ or whatever, but make like a small game engine. Be able to like read in textures, read in audio files, write a render loop, physics system. Just like simple shit, you know. You can use like a simple like 2D library and handle the stuff there. But like, write something of your own, try to understand what a game engine does for you, and then you're gonna have such a much like easier time to working with an actual game engine, because even the simplest game engine is built on the same principles as the most advanced game engine, which is update / render loop, simulation / physics loop, and then input reads. That's it. That's like what a game is. And then the game engine facilitates stuff like reading assets, how the rendering is actually executed, like the back end of the render loop, audio, and all of these background things that you might not consider when you're actually working within the game engine. Like, the game engine is supposed to remove the need to think about like, how is audio processed, how is the render pipeline actually working, and all these
First
things.
Penguin Lord said, "Mom, Corngwin is yapping again."
First Penguin Lord is being stupid again. Am I right, guys? Who does 3D models? I do the 3D models, and that fish does their 3D models. We both do it. I wonder, is this... Yeah, this career slot. Let's see. Content, grid. And I think this should be an image. So essentially you would buy the image or buy the real estate. You'd have the image representing the real estate. So let's take this as an example image. Oops. Maybe you could do a not freaky one, because then I could actually potentially maybe have it on as part of like the demo of the game, but because I'm not sure I want to have a genuinely freaky screen. Beach real estate. Wait, beach villa. Oh, okay. I already have them there, right? But freaky. Yeah, but I'm thinking like GTA loading screens. Not the girl, but you could have, you know, like this. Or like this. You know, this one's okay too. This one's, you know, that one's too much. That one's looking lustful. This one's good. I mean, our I guess the background there, it's a bit risque. This one's okay. HD pic of the springs. I mean, which part do you want? Do you want newts and notes? Something beachy? Is this making sense? Are these just like renders of the world with them superimposed on them? Is that actually how they do them? Well, I need to hide all the NPCs. Favorite game? I don't know. I used to be all about Dark Souls at one point. Well, actually, okay. If I'm gonna be like generic and say like hands down my favorite game, it has to be Outer Wilds. But that game is like, you know, it is so insanely hyped. You know, it's not really HD. It's pretty good though. You could probably apply some post-processing AI upscaling shit. I don't know. Work your magic. I'll just send it in Wild West. No, but I think like I genuinely still think I played that game soon after it came out, and I still think about it, dude. It's absolutely amazing, but it's not because it's like, you know, I don't even know why it's so like amazing. I think did I not send the right one? Oh, that's the wrong one. I copy pasted. Sent like the shopping list. I don't know if favorite type of game. I used to play, I don't know, I just like these sort of small immersive open world, like where it feels like the world is connected. That's why I think I gravitate towards games like, I mean, I used to play a bunch of GTA, Dark RP. Dark Souls 1 I love. And then I've been playing a lot of like World of Warcraft Classic. I just really love the way that game works. I like OpenTTD. Play a lot of like the Civ game, Civilization 4 especially. I don't know, it's open world. No, it's not about open world. Like open world doesn't necessarily appeal to me because I feel like so many open world games are like, you know, huge worlds, but it's like walking around in a puddle, right? It doesn't feel like you're walking around in an ocean. So like open world inherently doesn't necessarily inspire me. Like, you would think games like Skyrim would be awesome to me, but I freaking despise Skyrim, even though it has like an open world that people love. I just absolutely cannot stand it because it just feels dead. To me, it's more so about the feeling of immersion, I guess. I think I want like good writing from my games, especially when they're trying to be story-based, because there's not a single damn story in Skyrim I can even remember. But Oblivion I love, but that also, like, I think, you know, the NPC system they have in that game is absolutely amazing. The vibe and memes of Skyrim, like I don't know, but that's the thing, I just despise the vibe. I just cannot get behind the vibe of Skyrim. Now Oblivion I love the vibe of. And I think it is these like wonky NPCs with sketches. I just like games that try to reach for like something greater than themselves. So Black and White, for example, I know no one's played that. It's like this late 90s game. Absolutely adore that game. The original Black and White one. Look into that if you want like a cool game experience. Spore, for example, is also another game that like absolutely blew me away, but I'm just sad at how like gimped it's been. But like Spore is also one of those like really inspiring games. It's the same honestly with The Sims. I think The Sims is the original, like probably the last great Sims game was Sims 3. You know, Sims 4 has existed forever now, but like Sims 3, there's something like really special to it, and Sims 1, 2, and 3 are all like really kind of amazing games. I think what they did with 3 was like a real, but I mean, Sims 3 came out of the same, you know, Spore era situation. But like, are you guys familiar with Sims 3? I don't know, because these games are starting to become, you know, outdated, and I don't know if the new gens are familiar with what these games did. What makes Sims 3 unique compared to like Sims 4? And what, I mean, if you think about, you know, think about games like The Sims and the fact that no one has toppled The Sims. It sort of shows you, because it's not just that people will only play The Sims and only The Sims. It's just no one is reaching the heights that those games are reaching. Like, they are 1 in a million in terms of like actually being able to deliver on these, you know, life simulation things in a way that has personality. Because I think that's the thing with a game like Inzoi. Like, Inzoi just feels like slop. Paralives looks like it may be bringing back that personality, and that's the same thing with Spore. Spore just oozed personality at every part. Like, you know, it's tongue-in-cheek, and I think that's also like for all Maxis games, even like SimCity. You know, game developers just aren't replicating the stuff that these games are doing. I don't play Facebook games. But it is kind of wild to me. That there are so many game ideas from like the early 2000s that just haven't been picked up again because they're, I don't know why, like they're thought of as risky or like too difficult or whatever. Gen Z plays online multiplayer games such as shooting, Minecraft. Yeah, but I mean that's been the case even since back then, you know. From the moment that Call of Duty 4 dropped, that's sort of been thought of as mainstream gaming, right? Shooters. Counter-Strike, kind of underground, arguably. Obviously MMOs was the big normie gamer thing, but now MMOs are sort of out of fashion and nerdy again. Kind of. But there are a lot of ideas from these early 2000s games that just haven't been replicated. So I think about games like Fable, for example. And many of these Molyneux games like Black and White, because what Black and White did, Black and White 1, was it's like a god game, right? And in the game, you get to have these guys on your screen, like one's the, you know, the devil and the angel on your shoulder kind of thing. The devil encourages you to do bad things, and the guy here encourages you to do good things, and they keep giving you recommendations on what to do, and they're like speaking. And then you have like this pet that you control, this godlike creature, and basically you can train this creature to do your bidding because you're a god, right? And depending on how you encourage it, it will behave in different ways. So the creature will engage in like random behavior. Like, for example, it might pick up a villager and hold the villager. And then you can start petting the pet and say like, that's good. And then it's going to keep doing that behavior because every behavior it does can be reinforced or punished. And then maybe it starts throwing the villagers and you're like, good pet, good pet. Now it's going to walk around the village and pick up villagers and throw them. But then you're like, maybe it's not a good idea if it throws my own villagers, but maybe throws the villagers of other villages. And you can like reinforce and punish that too. Or maybe you can teach it to do like miracles and stuff. And it's like, that's such a novel idea. And I think there's no reason that shouldn't be replicated today, but it just isn't. It just isn't. I don't know why these texts aren't showing. What is your opinion of EA and other game companies? Like AAA? And they can do their thing. I don't think of those game companies as like, at the end of the day, they're not really making games, they're just making products. It's like, is Marvel making cinema? I would say no, just like, you know, Scorsese said. Marvel is just producing slop entertainment, high budget slop entertainment that is not going to have any lasting cultural impact. They're not in it to make like a cultural or artistic statement. Ubisoft, same thing. They're not in it to make any like, what lasting cultural impact has the story or the gameplay or whatever of Assassin's Creed had, or like a game like Destiny or a game like Far Cry or Call of Duty? Like, they're just entertainment slop, you know? There's no high art goals that they're trying to achieve with these things. Which is fair. That's completely fair. But yeah, I think that's, you know, when it comes to never buy the spicy chicken bites from Greg's. Yeah, I second that, guys. 100%. Yeah, Greg makes the worst chicken bites. Corngwin declares all other games slop compared to his Penguin Springs. Yeah, that's my point at large. Is Penguin Springs is haute couture. Haute couture, but everything else is AI slop. No, but I would argue that Penguin Springs probably falls into the slop category. I don't think I'm reaching for any memorable heights or anything with Penguin Springs. It's more just, you know, I'm making a game that I'm just trying to make entertainment, right? But there's no like greater artistic intent, I would say, maybe with Penguin Springs. Um, is every game that's not unique slop? No, I think slop depends on the intent. How many copies you sell in Detective Penguin? I don't know. People miss Club Penguin. This might be the new thing. I don't know, maybe. But I think what it comes down to, like, how I define slop is not about like uniqueness, but of course uniqueness tends to be an indicator as to whether or not there was some intent to make something unique, if that makes sense. So for example, right, if you're trying to make some statement, which generally, like when you're making something artistic and not just something for entertainment purposes, you're trying to generally make some statement. It doesn't have to be like a political statement, but it has to be like some form of commentary in some sense about the world around you. Maybe it's a more abstract commentary, but like a run-of-the-mill Call of Duty story or run-of-the-mill Assassin's Creed story about, I don't know, freaking conspiracy. I don't know what the freaking stories in those games are. I played like 3 of them. I don't remember anything about those stories. But they're not trying to do anything artistic. It's like it's designed by a committee also, which, like, that alone sort of breaks any sense of like this is trying to be artistic, because if you have like 20 people in a room trying to write the story to tick a bunch of boxes, of course it's not gonna be trying to achieve anything other than like sales and ticking boxes, right? It's like, well, what do people want? They want some action. Oh, right, they want a love story. Okay, yeah, let's work in a love story. Oh, what else do they need? Well, they need this. And you know, you're just working through a list, right? That's all you're doing. Yeah, I mean, this is just a vessel for like their gameplay, for ticking boxes, for like selling copies. Which is fair enough. That is fair enough. But that's why I would say don't confuse that with like trying to make art. Because it's just trying to make entertainment. And I wouldn't say that not all entertainment in my eyes is art. Because just in the same way that an AI making a video can be an entertaining video, I would never look at an AI making an entertaining video as AI having made art. But I guess, I mean, it's a semantic discussion, but it's just, what is art if not something of value? And isn't entertainment value enough for it to be art? I don't know. I would probably not say that is. It has to be something deeper and more profound. I don't know why these not like saving the extra settings aren't being like serialized. Hello, Brittle Bowl. But it's like, I don't know, when I say like art making a statement, I'm not talking about like a political statement, or like even the artist doesn't even have to have an intent of making a statement. But at the same time, like anytime you're sitting down and you're trying to make art, there is some sort of end goal, even though that end goal might be like extremely abstract. Like you might not even know what sort of end goal your art has. You might even not understand why you're making what you're making, but there is always something to be, you know, said for any piece of art, I would say. Even the entertainment slop, like, sure. What is lacking in the game industry in your opinion? I don't know. I don't think there's anything lacking. I think the market needs are generally being met. I don't like.
Britable said, art more like lart, strong like two bears.
I personally don't judge AAA for being slop. I don't judge anyone for enjoying AAA. I myself have enjoyed my fair share. Namely games like Halo. I wouldn't argue that Halo, for example, is like any highbrow art. It's a guy shooting aliens in space. Like it's just cool dude bro stuff, you know? Okay, let's see. This penguin must be hot in person. AAA is fine whenever it's not literally just annual sequences that change very little about a game. Yeah, but it's like if people end up buying it at the end of the day, that's fine, because I'm not as critical of capitalism as probably most new gens. I think if people are willing to buy something, especially as innocent as like a freaking game, if people are willing to spend money on it and someone is willing to make it, I think that is completely fine. So if someone wants the new Call of Duty and is willing to spend money on the new Call of Duty, despite the only thing different is the fact that they made new maps and made the graphics a little bit shinier, I'm completely okay with that. I think that is absolutely and completely and entirely acceptable. I'm the big 27. There's hundreds of other games that people can buy instead if they themselves care, so it's not a crazy deal. Especially with, yeah, and that's the thing. It's like if they wanted to play indie games, they'll play indie games. I also just don't think that the people buying and playing AAA religiously are the ones who would ever even go out of their way to buy an indie game unless it's part of like the zeitgeist. Like you're not gonna get freaking people who play, I don't know, Call of Duty again, you know, they're not gonna go out and buy freaking Dwarf Fortress to support indies, you know, but they will buy a game like Silk Song because that's like the hype thing to play right now, or they will buy that Super Mega Bonk or whatever because it's like the thing to play right now. It's like, but they're not gonna go out and buy like some underground indie game, so they're not, you know, it's not about stealing audiences, right? So what is, you would own the beach villa. Yeah, but I mean, it's also not, you know, people who play AAA games might obsess over games, but they're the kind of people who obsess over one game and one game only. Like, they religiously play World of Warcraft, or they religiously play Counter-Strike, or religiously play League of Legends or Rocket League, you know? And then they move on to the next game they religiously play. They just care about games in a different way. They just want that one game they can obsess over for a long period of time. Which is fair. I mean, that's just the way you know. That's just a different way that people play games. Yeah, exactly. They just don't care about variety, and I think that's completely valid. I mean, it's like, you know, all the power to them. If they enjoy playing a game for a very long time, and they get a kick out of that, like, go for it. Single player games are a million times better than multiplayer. Yeah, I mean, for what people want out of them. And I think that's the thing, is like when we use words like better, worse, bad, good, it's always, you know, you're basing it on some headcanon metric that you have. Single players have to focus on making the game actually good. Multiplayers rely on you playing with other people who will make it good for you. I mean, but it's sort of like, by what metric? Right? By what metric? I think, you know, a multiplayer game still has to facilitate the good moments in the multiplayer context, and that alone is a challenge in game design. You can't just make a multiplayer game where all you do is walk around. The only metric that matters is enjoyability. Yeah, but enjoyability is so, like, abstract. Like, I will, you know, I will play a game and enjoy it on like a profound level where it's like, huh, that really changed the way I think about the world. And then I'll play another game and I'll enjoy it like, wow, this is really addicting. Or like, I'll play a game and enjoy it in the sense that, I don't know, it tugged at my heartstrings or whatever. You know, there's like so many different ways that you can enjoy a game. And I don't think I think that when people say like, a game is good and enjoyable, it's measuring different ways. I think it has to start with a rental, and that one has to be a different color. But it's like, I wouldn't say that a game like, take two games like Cookie Clicker and Vampire Survivors, I would say those games are enjoyable in two very different ways. And in the same way, I would say Civilization and Vampire Survivors and Cookie Clicker are also all three very differently enjoyable games. Like, they are enjoyable in very different ways. And in the same way, if you add on Call of Duty on that list, whether you're playing the single player or multiplayer, those are also different ways. Like, they're enjoyable in different ways. I wouldn't say none of those fall under the same, like, they fall under the umbrella term enjoyable, but it's not, you know, they're all in separate realms underneath that umbrella. In my mind, at least. I don't know how you guys feel about, you know. And those are all, you know, those are all games that I would say none of them are profoundly enjoyable. Like, none of them made me rethink anything about, you know, who I am, but they still, like, they're still enjoyable in different ways. They're all kind of like basic mainstream enjoyable games, but they're still enjoyable in different ways, even under like this mainstream constraint. Cookie Clicker says a lot about our society. Yeah. I mean, there's a guy in my game development server circles. He's working on this game called Queue Up. This game, Queue Up, it's like a parody of like esports and parody of like incremental games and stuff. All you do in this game, there's a demo on Steam as well if you guys want to. It's made by the same guy who made Universal Paperclips, which is also like a cookie clicker type game. All you do in this game is you literally just flip a coin. Like, you don't even have any control of the outcome at all. You just flip a coin and you win or lose. And it's like you can pick your class and stuff, and you can there's like a meta game and whatever, and there's like this story in the background, but all you're doing is flipping a coin. You can play this multiplayer too, so you queue up in a multiplayer, like ranked matches and stuff, so you can like get up in the higher rank and become like silver coin flipper. But it's every single round is always 50-50, and then you can select like skills and stuff, but you cannot change the outcome of the coin flip. The coin flips no matter what. You cannot change the outcome of the coin flip, and it's all about watching this coin flip, and you can go up the leaderboards and stuff. That's kind of interesting. Gambling, yeah, I mean, it is sort of gambling, but it's completely free to play, no microtransactions or anything, but there are like in-game microtransactions, so it's also like poking fun at the whole microtransaction scene. So it's like very like meta commentary on these like both incremental games, but also like esports and stuff. But there is like a meta game that can change. You can actually, even in a losing outcome, the outcome can still be in your favor if you set up like your meta skills in the right way. So you can get a win rate that is still like higher than 50-50, even though the coin flip is always 50-50. It's kind of weird. If Penguin Sphinx doesn't have microtransactions and unskippable ads, I'm not playing. Yeah, we're gonna have a bunch of unskippable ads, don't worry. Playtime job system. What's the square? Square symbol UTF-8. That's the one. Black square. Wait, so it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm thinking actually we should probably have this be like a grid. Let's do this as a grid. Rent due grid. So we can do this. Call this a grid. Or actually, this can be the grid. Grid. Day. And then this is going to be like 5, 5. No. 10, 10. And then inside this, we can have this. Fill that up. And 0, 0, 0, 0. And then we'll have a little bit of padding. Because it's every 2 weeks, right? So we really just need a day 1, 2, 3, 4, day 5, and that's 7, day 6. And we can just do this. So it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. No, Thursday. Sorry. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Seven, 8, 9, oops, and And then here, so this is the rent due, and it will show the current day of the week. And then it will show, so you can mark with colors, right? So like if this is the current day, you have that like that, and then the rent due is another color. So it could be like red or something. So like as we're approaching red, we'll know, okay, so in 3 days the rent is due. And I think that's an okay way to show it. Pretty clean. Because then also, I mean, you could potentially own a beach villa, but still have a rental contract somewhere else. So the rental contract will always show up top. I think that makes sense. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have lunch. I'm eating 2 hamburgers and 3 fried chickens. So be right back. All right, everybody, I'm back. What's up? What did I miss? Anyone, what's that one, Oh no. Mega made a loading screen. Oh god, no. God damn it. I'm not looking. Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna get banned. That is too much. The freaking penguin thong, dude. The fuck? Holy shit, dude. Post that one on Twitter and watch the furries go wild for you, dude. Yeah, I shot a message to Mega, said, please, I need to see penguin in a thong. My good sir. What's like a reasonable way to show which day it is? I think people will figure it out. Because if the green is always ahead... like, it's always 2 weeks to rent, for example. I don't know. If it's always 2 weeks to rent, like... I don't know, with 2 weeks to rent, we can always have the green approaching the red, at least. But the idea is that you not always pay rent on the same day. It just depends on, like, if the day has gone by in-game time, the timer ticks forward or something. I don't know. But it would have to be like cumulative time. Because, I mean, I imagine this could be an issue, right? If someone's playing the game and they never let the days tick over, this meter would never advance. Because you would add on days. That's a little bit tricky. That's a little bit tricky, right? Like, okay, so if you're playing single player or whatever, rent due on on Sunday, day Monday, play until Monday and you play until like 23:59. So it hasn't ticked over until Tuesday. That means that the timer hasn't moved forward, so you could technically just never pay rent if you continually like play, log out, if it's not cumulative. But we could do it if we pay attention to the minutes, then we could do it. So if it counts the minutes, because then you wouldn't be paying just on the day, but on the day and the time. That could work. Because then it's like, yeah, rent due Sunday at, you know, 12:00, and then if you play Monday at 01:00, disconnect. Now the rent due, and you know, connect Monday at 00:00, right? Because then you would say, well, now you get a fresh start, technically. So you play until Monday at 1 a.m. or whatever. So connect Monday at 00:00. You play for 1 hour in game time, then you disconnect. And then when you connect on Monday 00:00, instead of being due at, now the rent is due Sunday at 11, right? Because it shaves off 1 hour. That makes sense. So if we keep the minutes in there, then any sort of disconnect hack you might try to pull off is not gonna fix that, because it's all about, you know, the drop in, drop out philosophy that we have. So if we track the seconds played and shift, you know, store rent due date as time to rent in seconds, shave off rent based on time played. That would be it. And then we could do this. At, or like, I don't know if I have a clock symbol, but essentially if we have a clock symbol there, we could symbolize that it's at a time. As a JPEG. Yeah, I think we can invert. I wonder if we can do... Like, I want to... have this selection, like this inner selection here. How would I get that? You can't select, oh, select transparent areas. Okay. Good. Select, and then, well, first we'd start by, I guess we'd select the entire thing and then select grow by like 5 or whatever pixels. Select shrink 10. And then select row. Make it a little bit fat. And then we can change the color to be something a bit more reasonable. Maybe we should have... I don't know, it looks kind of weird. Maybe we can like reduce the... looks better. Not perfect, but I think more about getting the point across for me. Rent slot. But then I also want the image. I appreciate it, First Moon Lord. Hello, Crispy Master. I wonder, can you still have it even though it's a sprite? Can you still use it? Yeah, okay, nice. Yeah, I should probably house image. What do you think about Godot? I think it's probably a nice engine. I don't have that big of opinions, you know, either way. I think the anti-Unity discourse is overblown. Maybe that's what I would say. I wonder, can you do like a multiply? I don't think you can. They're like applying blend modes to sprites, yeah. Quick shader, okay. Can you make custom UI shaders? I want to try it because I want to have it be like rendering the paper overlay. I don't know, I'm just going to try it. Oh yeah, okay, you can do material, so then you could probably do a Wait, but then I mean, if you render like that, right? Okay, well then we could do paper. Let's see, S shaders. Image effects, outline, sketch, tune outlines. I wonder if we apply sketch to that one. Yeah, I mean, the overlay is not very good, so maybe we could do another. Sketch UI. That should do it. I mean, it does just look like it's overlaid. Oh, and it is from view, so that's gonna wacky. Yeah, I don't think the sketch one is the right one. I think we need to do a little bit more here. We should make a new shader for that. Or we could try to use the outlines. No, I think we need to use... We can duplicate the sketch and make a sketch UI. Or paper UI. So first of all, it wouldn't be from view. It would be tiling. And we add vector 2 tiling, which starts off as 1, 1 there. And it multiplies, right? So it samples, but then we can multiply the strength. Sketch intensity is not being used anywhere. So we would first multiply here, and then we would multiply yet again, nya and nya, and send that out. Outline thickness is irrelevant. That one's irrelevant. and then paper UI. But then here we don't want this pencil sketch. Instead we want like paper, which I think I should have in download. Yeah, I have this one. Paper UI, and then the sketch intensity. I mean, is it more like blend, I guess? Yeah, here, blend, multiply. So really that should be the base. Blend. Base. That should be the one. There we go. Um, mm, 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 mm. But then I wonder, is there like a way to offset? We would have the position would be the random seed, and then you'd add that to the position. That should give it a little bit of a offset. Oh, it should just be vector 2. I guess it wouldn't be the position, it would be screen position. And split the Z combine R, a G, and a Z. Ooh, that looks kind of weird. Why is that weird? Oh, because it's only red-green. And split, and then we can take the Like that? Not really rendering that much. Doesn't have stencil property. But I'm not allowed to do any. But if I just do... Corn would never say hi to me. So fake, man. Bye. If I just do 0, 0, will that work? Oh, it's object space. We'd seed it like that. Okay. Okay, now we can actually make the intensity. So, deform, multiply. And then vector float, deform, intensity. I guess we have to split it. Yeah, I know. I have very good music. Seems like the world position is always changing. What am I seeding with? Screen position. Right. It should be the world position. I wonder, because then paper UI should technically deform in the same way. But I guess it isn't. Yeah. I wonder, can we make it like, we could add an outline to it if we're smart, because it's local screen space. Precision in object space, multiply, color, or blend, I guess. Blend with white. Overwrite. And the opacity would be dependent on greater than like 0.8, but it's not just that, it's split. So we have to look at the X, Y, greater or less greater. And then or. And that will ripple. Branch. And if it's true, if it's 1, if it's false, it's 0. We'll see what happens. This is overwrite. So it's either going to be completely... Let's see. I can just see in the view. Can we? Okay. But how do we know how big object space is? We can do vector to, we add that to the here. Call it like frame. Nice. And it's going to be what? And it's min max. Wait. Yeah, that is weird. Okay, so local object space is not really can we do like screen position center? Yeah, okay. Hello, Takuverse. Yeah, because it's looking at the screen position. Like what is the raw screen position? Is that the screen position of the actual object or? Wait, so I mean if the position of world is greater than world plus, yeah, so we would add. That's what we want to do. I think that is the key. Let's see here. So the world position. No, it would never be greater though. That's the thing. It would have to be the center world. Because that's the world position of the current pixel. Is there like center position, screen position, camera, object position? That's probably the one then. Yeah, that's not using any of the deformation. Any dessert after lunch? Hell no. Yeah, that's a little bit of a problem. I think, I mean, if I duplicate this and I shrink it, yeah, it's using, okay, we could do this. We could do this then. And we don't need this. We don't need this shit. Because we, instead of using the position of the world, we use the object as the random seed. That offsets them all uniformly though. Shoot. We can't use the distance from the object because then the moment we scale it, the object position plus the object, we can do that. Add. So object space position plus the object position could add as a seed. Then we could have them. So now if we rescale this, no, because object position apparently changes depending on. Depending on scale. Because I want the seed to be identical for these two. Because it's not screen space position. I mean, it's index, I index, slice index. Oh shit. 1 second. I'm just gonna see if I can Google this real quick. I wonder if it's like because it is if I set this to be like that. No, it's still. Wait. If I set this. No, it's the same. But then I scale it down and it's not the same. But if I set it to be object space only, does that? No, because then. Oh yeah, maybe I could do that. Divide. No. Um, okay, so instead of doing object space, we get world position, world to object. That gonna work? Nah. Hmm. I just want it to render the image nicely. Wait, I have another idea. If we do color, well, can you get like the color at sample the texture color? So like object position, add, and then here or alternatively just sample the color. Why can I not use this as seed? Why can't I plug in a color into random range seed? Can it not happen like before the texture sample or something? I don't get it. I mean, it's literally a vector too, so what is the friggin' problem? Why is it not accepting any input from like sample texture? How's that making any sense? Yeah, it seems like it's just not accepting of that value. That is super strange. Okay, well, we could do just multiply this. Okay, and then that one won't accept. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, it's probably because it's not going into the freaking position node. Can't sample texture before it goes into position. Two separate stages. You can only use like position related data. Yeah. Sweet. And it has the same offset. And then we can add and position, world position, right? But it's not the position, it's the object position. And oops. Add, wrap, wrap, and wrap. Okay, it doesn't seem to really do all that much different depending on the position though. Wait, but I mean, is this not rendering any different? Object. I guess it's object space position, so world. No, okay. You would think it would update itself, but it don't. Oh, right, yeah, because there are two different materials. Multiply difference, maybe. A little bit. Why? I mean, you would think that the input of position, like this obviously changes. Yeah, but that does not end up being a relevant range, I guess, because the seed is only for the position. Song name, please. Gerudo Valley, Legend of Zelda. Okay, so it seems like the seeds only affect local space. That's kind of annoying. Maybe it's better if we just set it to be like a single, like dot product. Hello, IGS Ghost. We're trying to figure out shaders here. It seems like the random range is acting in like local space, which is kind of weird. But we don't need the random range. We can just multiply combine. Oh yeah, that's awesome. I have played Snake Eater and Ground Zeroes and Phantom Pain, but I have not played any other ones. Yeah, that's still Yeah, because that's the same texture. Seems like the object space just is not reading any different. Split. Combine. Deform. I mean, if it is the same image, I guess it's not that bad that it doesn't deform. Because then we change out this homing image for something else, like apartment. And it has a different. And then we can do this. So instead of having sketch intensity, we can add. Tiling is probably fine to keep, but we can add the his background. Sam Lake or Kojima? I probably prefer Sam Lake. I think he's a bit more interesting to me. I like his humor. I feel like Kojima is a bit too thirsty sometimes. He's a bit too weird. And I think his stories are a bit more nonsensical than Sam Lake. I think Sam Lake is trying to actually make a bit more interesting stories. I feel like Kojima, he's like, how much nonsense can I throw out until something makes sense? That fish or that other fish? Oh, I picked myself. I'm the one who lives. There we go. And then we can just add Is this Fall Guy? Yeah, this is Fall Guys. We're working on Fall Guys 2.0. Make sure you send me $500 for early copy. Deal of the century. I'll also put your name in the credits. $500 only. Very cheap. Hey. So then you can imagine now you can have different real estate you own, and then there's like a move in button or something. So like the rent slot. And then you'd have another one, which is the real estate slot. Or I guess the real estate slot would be a variant of the... if I know Godel guy, will I get any discount from... Yeah, you're not going to get any discount. If you want any discount, you're going to have to take it up with my lawyer. So you would have the rental contract up at the top. And then you'd have any owned real estate below there. If you fail to pay rent, well, then you get kicked out. Okay. I guess we could have like a sell button, I guess. Yeah, because it makes sense then, because we could populate just the real estate office with like rental contracts and real estate. But then we make like real estate really expensive, I guess. You have to play a while to actually buy a house. Okay, so yeah, store rent due date as time to rent in seconds, shave off rent based on time played. But then also cancel rental contract. I guess end up in debt. I think this is going to be the flow. So basically, we store the rent due date as time to rent in seconds, which we render like this. Then we cancel the rental contract when moving out. Also, for the rental slot, we can add this create because that is a bit of a separate concern. We can apply that. It's going to be applied to that one, but then we just remove it from that one. There. What's the point of having a house for parking a car? Well, having a house, it allows you to store food in your fridge. It allows you to I think I'm gonna introduce like a stink thing, so you can take like showers at home where you start like smelling and you get like stink clouds around you. And it also allows you to have a home to decorate, like with furniture and stuff. You remind me of summer car. Yeah, I guess maybe that's, you know, that's sort of maybe the thing. A little bit sort of like hyper simulation. But you're not building a friggin' car down to the smallest detail. Recognition for your stinky players? Oh, yeah. The showers. Yeah, I think it would be a fun thing to, like, you know, because then you also, like, again, looking at this situation here, if you're looking at urgent rent and food, once you have a place that you rent, you're like, well, I need to, because like rental apartments might come with like default furniture, like showers and stuff, but then you buy a house and it's like, well, now you need to get like a shower and stuff, because if you don't have a shower, that's not good. Yeah, public bath. One second. Yeah, I think an RV would be kind of nice, but I think that would be like a later thing. I don't think I would release with that. So, we have inventory, careers, skills, real estate. And then I guess the last thing would be the life goals thing, or like character stats. But I guess the skills encompass stats, so I guess... Where would you find... Yeah, I guess it would be like character stats. Maybe we could incorporate that into the skills thing, so it shows skills and life goal or whatever. Like that one, because the little star implies that there is a goal. Let's just see here. Apply all. There. Cool. Real estate list. Because we can do this. Skills, scroll rect. I would like an RV, like mobile home park. That would be kind of nice, like out in the desert, like really trashy. That would be kind of fun. Oh my god. I'm just having like a little placeholder. 1 second, my cat is meowing at me. Skills and goals, I guess, probably. Because I think, like, even though this is taking up like a significant part of the UI, it feels relevant to like have this beaten over your head. Like, this is your life goal. This is what all of this is for. But it could be this makes more sense in careers. But I don't know. I think skills and goals, because it's like character, self-improvement, whatever, you know? We'll start it like this. We can move it around later if it makes more sense to have it in another place. Okay, sweet. Yeah, I think we're gonna end it for today, actually. I've been at this for 5 hours now, so we're gonna call it a day. I'm gonna be working a bit more on this off stream. I'm gonna take a little break for myself, and yeah, it's a little bit uneventful stream today. A little bit uneventful. We started off with a lot of yapping, and then we went into a lot of just quiet, locked in, focused work. But you know, that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. And I'm gonna see you all tomorrow I'll be back tomorrow, and hopefully we will have a bit more interesting of a time, because I think I want to start tinkering with that new job. But yeah, we have like real estate UI. I could show you guys. So we just take a look. So we can drop this in. As you can see, we can have multiple owned real estates. I think the reason I leave early is because I start earlier. I do like 5-hour streams. I don't know. I'm just trying to find what fits. And I feel like sometimes I feel like when I do like the bulk of my work on stream and then a little bit off stream, it's like a nice balance because I can like lock in a different way. But yeah, now you can actually own more properties. So I'm gonna set up, I think that's what I'm gonna do off stream now, is set up this system that you can actually like, when you buy a stream, when you buy property from the real estate office, and my thinking goes in like real Penguin Springs, it's not just going to be like one real estate office, it's going to be like spread out. So like if you want real estate in some part of the city, you're going to have to find the local real estate office in that part of the city. So that way it's, you know, not all cards are revealed at once. But we will end stream by watching the Corngwin Labubu. Go pre-order your Corngwin Labubu today. And I will see all y'all tomorrow. Have a fantastic rest of your day.